Hello.
Why am I getting raided? It's not even like the proper time or anything like that. Pink, what are you doing here? I demand answers. What are you doing? What were you playing? Metaphor Refantasio. That's the blah 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 blah. The that's the Shin Megami Tensei look-alike or whatever, isn't it? Brain, come on, you can do this, Brain. You can do the thingamadiggies. You had a chance to raid into you, and you did. I appreciate it. It's made by the same developer. Yes, I got that right. Yeah. Either or. Thank you so much for the raid. I greatly appreciate it. I am still doing the whole tabbing into all the different discords and what have you, doing the whole hey, I'm online, hey, I'm streaming kind of thing. Chat, like, you should go like, I don't know how many of my viewers who are not already followed to Pink should follow Pink. Look at them. Look at Pink Loop over here. Look at this little guy. Actually, can I do the clip shout out? Let me see. So let me see if I can do a clip shout out. Let's see.
No, you know what? I'm just gonna ignore him. I'm just gonna ignore him.
There we go.
I'm just gonna ignore him. He is not doing anything against me except being annoying. You.
I was not expecting a banana peel to be so funny.
I don't know what this dude's deal is.
That's your first week? That was like your first clip? Damn. They were stream Sniper 2, but they were chill? How chill can they be if they're deciding to, like, flip you over with a fucking banana split, like, several times over? I don't know. Anyway, ding, dong, what else, where else can I post? Here, and then there. I don't know how many people are following me explicitly for the Ghost of Yōtei playing, because it's not like I'm rushing through this thing. It's not like I am going through this, like, you know, at breakneck speed of sound kind of, bullshit. Also, I just realized I have not plugged in the hand tracking. That's how the item works, and you get a lot when you pick them up. Also, hi there, Boris! Welcome, welcome! Also, I need to make... That's one of the other things I need to do, is... I need to... Ding, dong, habing... You're following me because you're attached at this point? You've invested, like, 4 years into the Zeebs, wondering when he'll do, like, you know... lewd self-portraits or something like that, and the fact of the matter is that's never happening. It's just gonna be Zeebs, he's just gonna be regressing into more and more of like just an autistic himbo, just, you know, showing off as like, hey guys and gals and non-binary pals, check out this video game I picked up. Isn't it neat? Like, that's how I feel about blah 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 blah. Ding dong. Bookmark this thing, close that. I love how Okay, close the Golden Gate time. We don't need that ice cream. And then I'll slap this over here. Gonna troubleshoot my issues, so hopefully it won't happen again. Have a good stream. Not to worry, Pink. If you have any IT issues, let me know. Actually, I think Unnamed also has a desktop support, or IT, like, thingamadiggy in their thing. So I should really be, like, looking at that stream way more often, just so that way I have the opportunity to, like, you know, if anyone needs assistance, I could be doing that. But yeah, also, hi, Boris. Alright, so, 10 Mucks, thank you so much for being first here. I really appreciate it. It definitely got overshadowed by the fact that, I got raided by Pink. So, also, where is my emote? I need to get into that fight. I need to fight Pink in that, like, with his little pitchfork over there. So we got 10 Mucks, we got Big DJ, we got Pink. My goodness, Pink has been subscribed to me for 16 months? Damn. Did not know that. I have been oblivious to the comings and goings of friends and what have you, it seems. And then we got Boris over here, and then we got Uranea Zach who's over here. But yeah, nice. Well, timer's still got like another at least 3 minutes to go before we can, like, you know, do a proper start. So we're just gonna be in here for a quick minute. I am getting myself filled up with iced mocha to, you know, properly, like, buzz me and what have you. Any whoosies. So yeah. Another week. Good morning, caffeinated Big Zeebs. Hi there, Rare Burr. Welcome, welcome. Slowly but surely, I'm caffeinating myself.
DJ demands you drink.
All right, I won't drink the iced mocha. I will take care of myself by drinking some normal water. Excuse me. But yeah, you are here in body. Mentally, you're checked out from all the tears you shed today. Oh no. Well, if you need to take care of yourself mentally, you go ahead and do that, alright? Real life takes priority over, like, streamer life and internet life and what have you. I have mentioned that several times in the past and what have you. Because, you know, the internet isn't real. Just putting that out there. The internet is a place for people to, you know, have fun make-believe and silly nonsense and what have you. I'm not a 7-foot-tall zebra in real life. That's just for the internet. So, you know, you gotta, you know, do the whole separation of the internet and real life and, you know, take care of yourself where you can. So then that way, you know, because the last thing you want to do is crash out in real life and have that extenuate towards, like, all the different walks of life that you're having and what have you. Don't be like me, who decides to have like, you know, a crash out on stream and, like, you know, half an hour after starting to stream, and you just have this moment of, like, what's the point? And then, you know, you disappear for, like, a week tops. So, yeah. Ding. And then, sorry, I'm just doing, ding. There we go. Alright, whereas, no, but you really are cute IRL. Here's the interesting thing. Cute, maybe this is me coming with baggage and what have you when people say cute and what have you, because, like, historically speaking, like, autistic people and what have you, like, those that are on the spectrum, in the pursuit of, like, dating life and what have you, they are more often given, like, the cute, like, moniker and what have you. And, you know, when you're going for, like, you know, male to female relationships, heterosexual relationships and such, and flirting and what have you, cute is not often, like, as cool as a compliment as it could be. I say cute if I would swipe right on your Tinder profile. Neat. But yeah, this is a me baggage thing, not a like a, you know, a dismissal of the compliment and what have you. But I do appreciate the compliments. They're usually nice. It's just cute is just one of those ones where it's said so many times And then there just comes like the fun, like, realization that because of, just how the world sees people on the spectrum and what have you as like, just sort of infantilized, they just see them as like, kids and adults kind of thing. Praise be autosave. Yes! Excellent. I'm guessing that was the troubleshooting problem you had, is like, a game decided to crash and you were like, oh, I didn't want that happening. As a gay statistic, I have zero luck at any forms of dating or even quick hookups. Yeah. No, like that's what it's like being autistic. Like this is a thing. Okay, fine. So you're handsome. Nice. But yeah, so that's so Tanmux is probably going to get this then, because this comes with when you're like, on the spectrum, like autism and what have you, people make assumptions about you. And one of the ones that will pop up is that, quite frankly, people just don't think of you as an adult. Like, and I don't mean like, oh, they don't think of you as like someone that can like, be an adult, like, start drinking or anything like that. It's one of those things of they don't see you in the role like reserved for adult because of maturity and what have you. So it's like I don't know how many of you have had this feeling, but just simply the fact of like you will put yourself out there and like because you just have the response of someone just sort of being like, oh well, but also facts to not being seen as an adult. Yeah, exactly. So like you're just not seen as an adult. And the thing is that, it's one thing to have someone approach you like, a friend or acquaintance being like, no, I see you as an adult. Your problem is that everyone who wants to fuck you has a penis. Yes. That is true. I ain't interested in the penis. I'm interested in the girlfriends. But yeah, so it's one thing to have like a friend or an acquaintance, be respectful of you and what have you, but like there's the individual connections where they're fine, but in regards to like people, this is the difference of like there's like socializing with people you're familiar with, and there's socializing with people you are not familiar with, and there is a very different vibe. Like if you know the autistic person, you vibe like people who vibe with autistic people they know is completely different to autistic people they don't know. And when I am socializing with unknown factors, so these are things like job interviews, dating, like, extended family members when you want to like, host your own thing or, hang out in your own terms rather than like, invite your parents into something else. There is this like, it's I don't know if it's by accident or if it is just, people just bring that kind of nonsense with them when they start interacting with autistic people, but they don't often see, the 20-plus-year-old autistic person as an adult. They see them as someone that is still, missing some fundamentals. So, and you see this, like the number of, like, this is a very spooky stat for me, but the number of autistic people that have a job is like 1 in 3. It's something really crazy low like that in terms of like a full-time job. And when they did a questionnaire to people of like, oh, do you feel comfortable of someone on the spectrum in these jobs, ranking from like 1 being most comfortable, 9 being the least comfortable, like across the board, people were not comfortable with people on the autism spectrum in jobs of teaching, lawyer, doctor, like high skill, high stakes job. They were not comfortable with autistic people running. They were fine with them being like, a janitor or like some sort of like gas station service person. They are not comfortable with autistic people in a realm of like, my life or my livelihood is in your hands or my children are in your hands kind of thing. They are not comfortable with that. And that extends over into dating as well, is that they infantilize you. They just see you as, he's really in touch with his inner child. Like, and that's all they see you as. They just see you as this child with the budget of an adult, where it's like, they look at you and they're just sort of like, are fine in low skill jobs because we're not real people. Lawyer, I can see it, but also to focus on law and even a specific part of law, that TISM hyper-focus, if I seen it. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, that's the thing, is that anyone that is familiar with the autism spectrum kind of looks at it as like, why the fuck would you think an autistic person wouldn't be good in the law? Like, they would have, like, if they have an interest in legal proceedings and, like, you know, the rules of the matter, like, they would probably, you know, relish in that kind of a role of, you know, finding because the law is corrupt. It's not that the law is corrupt. It's that the real problem is that things that are going to court are things that are in the gray area. There's never, like, if things are going to trial, it's not a clean-cut issue. It's not a thing of like, oh, this person is most definitely the murderer, but, like, you know, there's like a 10% chance that they might not have done it, and you're trying to fight for that case. It's like, that's not what's happening here. Things that go to court are things such as, hey, this woman got injured because she crashed into a table with hot coffee and what have you at the back of the yoga mat. But she's arguing that the responsibility of safety, because she was practicing yoga and such, is on the yoga instructor, and they did not give warning that there was hot coffee behind her or anything like that. And there's an argument of negligence being brought up. Like, that's what the law does, is that there's areas where it's like, you know, there's some ruling in place that would have been like, look, if she was told ahead of time, it's her fault, but she wasn't told ahead of time, so is it? But the business owner isn't being malicious, so that's where, you know, legal proceedings come in and what have you. That's the law. But anyways, I'm getting caught up in the whole law thing. The point is, anyone that is familiar with autism spectrum and what have you understands that these are very superfluous kind of problems, because the autism spectrum is a learning disability, is what it is. Like, if you have been trained, if you have been educated, and, you know, those things are, you know, hugely reduced. Like, sure, during their teenage years or something like that, they might have had some troubles in gauging emotion and understanding their own feelings and how to, you know, work with people around them that were also going through their hormonal, like, fueled emotions and what have you. But, like, afterwards, they're an adult just like anyone else. They've figured out, like, you know, their livelihoods and whatever, but everyone still looks to everyone outside of that circle of knowledge looks to the autistic person as if they've somehow regressed, as if somehow they're just a child that's grown up. And it's detrimental, because there is way more people who don't know who I am, who don't know what an autistic person is, as opposed to people who do know. And it's shown, like, you know, in these stats where it's like people just don't see them as like, you know, a romantic partner. They don't see them as a trusted individual for teaching or for law or for doctor or for many of the jobs that are not just, you know, manual labor behind the screen kind of stuff. You was parentified at a very, very young age, so all kinds of fucked up with chronic issues. Yeah. So, and that's the other thing as well, is that, like, there are some areas that you're slower at, but because you get surrounded by adults and what have you. Like, this was something that happened with me, was that I was surrounded by adults a lot of my, like, early years and what have you. So there came this thing where I knew how to communicate with adults. Like, my parents pulled me into, like, you know, meeting up with people during the holidays and such who were not my age. So I was really good at the whole, hi, I'm Grant, nice to meet you, sir. Hi, I'm Grant, and it's lovely to meet you. And, you know, being quiet at the table, and only when there was, like, you know, an intellectual comment to make and such, I would make it. And so you get this, you know, very fun compliment, which sounded great at the start, but then you start realizing, oh, this is not how people talk, is they kind of, like, look to you and they're like, you know, he is very articulate. He really knows what he's talking about. He is so mature for his age. And it's like, cool. I have no idea how to fucking talk to your kids, because I've never hung around them. And it's really unfortunate. So by the time I get into like university and such, there are some stuff I just grab real quick, but then there are other things that I'm not intuitive with. All right, so that's the Maka out of the way. But yeah. So that's what... Oh! Before I forget, Pink! Pink, are you going to Texas Fur Fiesta? Hopefully he's going to Texas Fur Fiesta. If he's not, what... Like, I put it, like, there's a... I don't know why Unnamed called it, like, Grant's TFF channel. It should really just be a, Oh, you're not in the... What the fuck? Why aren't you in the thingy-majiggy? Damn. Where's my brain? But yeah, I have, I've booked a hotel, and I've got my registration done for Texas Fur Fiesta, and I need to save money up for the flights, because flights are expensive. Like, I need to spend at least $3,000 just to get to Texas. If any of you would like to help contribute to that, I would greatly appreciate it. But it's not a requirement. Any whoosies. Let me get over to... Let me get over to the real meat and potatoes of the stream, which is playing a video game. We're going to be playing Ghost of Yōtei. So, we have not gone very far into this game, let me tell you. You know what? We still have, like, we have, like, the Oni, the Kitsune, like, we've not killed anyone in the Ghost of Yōtei. We still have the Oni and the Kitsune that we first looked for here. There's, like, additional quests we could be doing. There's, like, myths we could be going... I could be going through that one as well, but... And then there's, like... What in the world? The Bearman Chikatoshi? A murderer more beast than man who mauls his victims, last seen in the Shizuna Woods. Okay, I've killed you, I've killed you, I've killed you. And then Snake Assassin. Any whoosies.
So funny. How does she come up with all these jokes?
Thank you for the fish. Alright.
Hey, you with the sword. A word?
What's
Don't
up?
Look. He's watching.
Who?
Who's he?
That man on the cliff.
Oh.
Seems harmless.
I said don't look.
Yep.
He just stands there.
Menacingly.
To no good.
Sorry, I'm just
I'll
picking
pay
my
you to
nose
get
real
rid of
quick.
him.
Sorry.
I'll go see what he's up to.
Be quick about it.
Bounties are on the board. All the details you need are on there. I hope you're here looking for trouble, friend. Ishikari is ablaze with it.
As long as I'm getting paid.
You best get those bounties before the Oni raiders burn them alive, then.
A bounty board. Could tell me something about the Oni.
Wanted, dead or alive, by Lord Saito, known associate of the treacherous dual katana master, and bring them together for twice the reward. No, that's me. The traitorous raider, Mad Goro, made off with the Oni's prized musket. The Oni will personally reward whoever returns the weapon and the thief alive. Interesting. So we can get guns in this game.
The traitorous raider Magoro made off with the Oni's prized musket.
I swear to Christ, if he is voiced by Goro Majima...
Reward whoever returns the weapon and the thief alive.
Because Mad Goro definitely sounds like the mad dog of
To the Oni.
Onishimaru. Oh, you fuckers. Why you gotta be so mean?
I swear! Mad Gordo stole from me too. He never paid his tab.
And you think your debt is more important than the Onis?
No, that's not what I meant!
Dust.
There's no reason for her to save him, but you know what? We're gonna do this.
You are not the dog we are looking for, but you do. I will take your head.
Come on. Gotcha. There we go.
That barman knows the Oni's bounty. Mad Goro.
The blue Yamabura. Yeah, I'm taking all these rewards.
Nothing like the smell of coin to lift one's spirits.
Pocket sand. Yeah, I'm using pocket sand. It's a valid technique.
How would you feel about taking on a special kind of bounty?
As long as it pays well.
It does. You can even help yourself to the bounty's armor. Consider it a bonus.
What's he
Okay.
wanted for?
The cold-hearted slaughter of men, women, even children, if the tales are true. He's known as Soma, the Condemned. They say he was given a cursed flute by an Oni in order to become an unparalleled musician. But to keep the flute, he must kill. And kill he has.
Won't be the first time I shut up a bad musician. I'll take the job.
Figured you would. Happy hunting.
I don't recall if we've dealt with a bad musician in this game already, but good. That's kind of crazy. She's like, yeah, we're gonna get rid of bad musicians. Considering she's a musician herself. Alright. Who the fuck are you? Put this, because I can.
My hammer is ready.
What brings you to Ishikari Plain?
The Matsumae. They are
just
trying
go
to
everywhere,
save this
don't you?
valley from being burned by raiders. I thought maybe they could use my skills.
They said no.
I am a man without a master.
Their loss.
And your gain.
Ooh, we can upgrade the spider lily armor. Nice.
The DJ demands you drink.
Sippy time.
Coming right up. Aren't you lucky we met? I'm constantly surprised by my own skills. Only for you. Stay away from the fires. Some raiders took over Bold Kaji Forge. Probably to enslave the weaponsmith. Kotetsu is his name, I think.
Ooh, okay. But I need to see who's this man on the cliff before I go any further.
With the fancy sword. I need a message delivered. Are you for hire?
Depends on the message.
I loaned money to a food merchant so he could buy stock. Now I'm hearing he's spending it on the
How do you
wrong
fill up the
sorts
little
of
circles
things.
above your life bar?
Since
Combat.
when does a moneylender care?
I've got a reputation to keep around here.
They're used for like special
Customers dirty
abilities,
my
like,
good
you know,
name.
cool moves or
Curiosity will
healing
cost you.
myself.
Remind him of our agreement, and you'll get your coin. He's near the Nishin fishery. Tell him Takero isn't pleased.
This place is a mess. Tomorrow. I'll deal with it tomorrow.
Oh, more gambling. Well, I remember the last time I was gambling, I did not succeed, so let's not...
It is done.
Those brushes. Are you a painter?
More of an enthusiast. Painting gives me a measure of peace in all this chaos.
I know what you mean.
Ah, you are a fellow artist. Care to give an impression of my latest work?
If you want.
Tell me what you see.
Demons. Fire. So much red and black. The brush strokes are angry, but controlled.
What does it make you think of?
My nightmares. For some reason, I can't look away.
We should never look away from the things that terrify us. Painting allows us to confront our worst fears.
Or to think of something else.
Perhaps. There are places I go to find inspiration. I'll mark them on your map.
Yes!
Let me know if you go visit them. I'd love to see your work. Painting is not always easy, but it is always...
Alright, so there was a man up here. There he is. Fire lilies, thank you. Copper, mushroom. Mushroom.
What do you want, stranger?
You're making the market residents nervous.
Old man Shozo giving you trouble?
They might calm down if they knew why you were watching them.
A story better told with a meal. Please, sit.
Fine by me. Although if you poison me, this is gonna be problematic.
I've been marinating those mushrooms for hours.
Oh, I gotta cook the
Special
thing.
recipe I learned from a friend.
I don't know if I'm cooking them well or
That
horribly.
friend now rests in the graveyard nearby. He left a daughter. She works in the market. I promised I would protect her.
Why keep your distance?
I'm a Ronin. The life I lead, I don't want her anywhere near it. I just wish I had the courage to give her this keepsake. It was her father's.
I can take it to her.
A rare kindness. Thank you. Her name is Mine. She cleans the building next to the sake house.
Keepsake by a family. The heirloom belongs to Mine, woman in Ishike markets. Cool. Vanity, collecting a debt from a merchant.
The raiders take over the fishery. We'll all run out of food.
Who's running out of food?
All of us. The Oni raiders took over Nishin fishery. What they catch feeds a lot of people across Ishikari Plain. And is sold to the rest of Ezo.
Tell me where I can find this fishery.
By the shore, past Otaru Hills. Knowing the raiders, they plan on taking it all for themselves. What a disaster. Looking to barter? I'm open to all kinds of barter. Apun no payayang.
Alrighty, where is...
No, no, no. Turn around. You're not welcome here.
Mine?
Mine, I have something for you.
My father's lucky charm. That man on the cliff gave this to you, didn't he?
You know about him?
He used to visit me when my father was alive.
Yes.
Now he watches over me, even if I don't need him to.
Why not say anything?
A samurai without a master lacks purpose.
Yes.
If protecting me gives him direction, who am I to take that away?
So long as he's not bothering you.
The only man he's bothering is that crotchety old man across the way. But thank you.
Alright, let's go talk to the barkeep who was annoyed by our presence.
That's no way to greet someone who saved your life.
Saved? The Oni raiders will be back. And I'll have more than Mad Gordo to answer for.
Oh
I saw his bounty outside. He stole a musket from the Oni.
Why do you think they call him Mad? Gordo is as crazy as he is belligerent.
So why protect him?
I'm not. If I knew anything, I would have told the raiders. I swear on my children, the two I like.
The two he
You can
likes.
have one drink on the house, then please leave.
One drink. So much for gratitude.
It makes it sound like as if there's more than two kids that he has. Alright.
Maybe someone else knows about Magoro.
How am I going to explain what happened to those Oni raiders?
By telling the truth, they were killed by an Onryo.
Who's going to believe that? This day can't get any worse.
Sorry, I'm just like running my head around.
They found Oni raiders filled with bullets. Matagoro's work.
We'll avoid that route. Which way did you say?
It's... What is a samurai doing here?
Oh, god damn it, it's our brother.
You took my tip to check out the market.
Already, you're being a problem for me. I could have learned something.
Did Commander Wada send you to keep tabs on me?
He doesn't know I'm here.
Is Clan Matsumai's golden boy going rogue?
Hardly. What have you learned?
The Oni put a bounty on one of his own raiders who stole some prized musket. They call him Mad Goro.
And you think that if you bring him in, you can gain an audience with the Oni?
Those merchants mentioned Oni raiders filled with bullets. Not many firearms in Ishikari Plain. They were about to say where, when you showed up.
Them?
The point.
I can get them to talk.
Oh, cool. Please don't torture them, though.
Excuse me, miss?
What are you doing?
Relax. Please, send those gentlemen a round of your finest sake.
Don't say who it's from.
Gentlemen, thank you for being such excellent customers. Please, accept a round of sake.
Didn't expect to find good service in Ishikari Plain.
That should loosen their tongues.
Oh, there's a weird.
Trying to listen.
One more drink, then we head out. If we're avoiding Iwami village, we'll need the extra
Okay,
light.
cool. Now the
Iwami village.
now
That
the
must be where
crackling
Matt
isn't
Goro
happening.
killed
That's
the
good.
Oni raiders.
See? I have my ways.
Out of the way, or feel the Oni's wrath.
Oni raiders. But are they here for me or you?
Let's find out. The samurai. Where is he?
I want my reward first. Your reward will be a sword through the gut, unless you tell us where the samurai is.
I guess they're here for me. Look, boys. He found himself a woman.
You've got the wrong idea.
Here
Why
we
don't
go.
set them straight?
Yeah!
She won't die! Go! She
Thank you for the black powder. Where's the other guy?
She's a monster! Come on, before reinforcements arrive.
Fine.
These people are forced to live in fear under
Is the day-night cycle fast?
Atsu.
Um,
That night.
I don't think so.
They did to our parents.
Forget it. I shouldn't have said anything.
Doesn't feel fast.
There's your horse. Give Commander Wada my regards.
Atsu, wait. Can we please talk?
What's there to talk about? You weren't
I
there.
have a bounty to catch.
You
Let me
both
help you.
you both survived.
Why?
Father would want us to work together. And I want to know my sister.
You may not like who I've become.
You're assuming I liked you before.
This is my job. I make the calls.
Lead the way.
Iwami village. That's where we'll pick up Matt Goro's trail.
It's just across this bridge.
Okay, thankfully the brother, like, I don't know what I feel about with the brother just yet. It is just like a little bit of a serendipity, I guess, that he is still alive. So, because I was worried it was going to be a case of like, oh, our brother is just 100% against our like little vengeance thingamadiggy rather than like, you know, sticking to like, say, a Matsumai or any sort of master. But so far it's like, he's
The
just,
Oni sent
you
his
know,
raiders
listening.
to torch the village after they gave our clan supplies. By the time we arrived, everything was in flames. All we could do was watch.
We should ask around. See if anyone saw Matt Goro.
Fire has arrived at Ishikari Plain. We have taken your ports. We have taken your lumber yards and farms. We have taken the lives of those who would oppose us. Submit or burn in the Oni's wrath. Okay.
Did you hear? Clan Matsumae captured one of Lord Saito's fortresses. The Shogun of the North was there. Did they capture him?
Clan Matsumaya has come to help! My lord! Over here!
Atsu! This way.
I knew Clan Matsumaya would not abandon us. Not after we provided food and lumber for your bridge.
We're just passing through.
To relay a
Hey, Super Mario.
gather any survivors and
We're
head to the
we're
southern
going
camp.
through. I think this is
Tell
main
them
story
Lord
stuff.
Takamori sent you.
Thank you, my lord.
Before you go, we're looking for someone called Mad Goro. He carries a musket.
I heard something like thunder behind Bear Rock.
Gunfire. Where was this?
It's down the road on the left. Thank you again, my lord.
Safe travels.
But yeah, things are going. Things are
That was
going.
quick thinking, using your name to help those people.
When we first arrived in Ishikari Plain, the settlers did everything they could to support us.
Also,
We
I'm
have
just
since
like
failed them
listening
too
to
many
the.
times.
All right, so Bear Rock is up north. Ishikari Market is to the left. Lumber Yard is to the right.
Well, let's go up to Bear Rock.
Yep. Let me just pick up some resources like copper and this Ezo. But yeah, no, it's the start of the day for me, personally speaking, so there hasn't been, like, any, oh, excuse me.
Look, dead Oni raiders.
Shot in the back while running away.
There's a snuffed-out campfire on that ridge. Perfect sightlines. Matt Goro's not just a thief, but a skilled marksman.
Let's look around.
Scorch
The
bombs.
smashed Oni Raider's mask. Ugh! Why does it smell like urine?
Because he pissed on it.
Matt Goro's living up to his name. A single firearm couldn't do this kind of damage.
No. The Oni Raiders tried to sneak up on Magoro's camp and got a firebomb for their effort.
Interesting.
Then he picked off the stragglers with their own warlord
But yeah, where was I in my train of thought? But yeah, so it's just the start of the morning for me and what have you. Like Sunday mornings, it's casual. I just want to, you know, have my fun playing through Ghost of Yōtei. Lord knows I am very far behind compared to everyone else playing this game. I think a lot of people have already like gone through it, like, you know, 1 or 2 like assassinations. Oh my goodness, I need to go to the bathroom. Damn it.
Bull and musket.
I might need to go to the bathroom.
I'm afraid he's our bounty.
Until caught, he's no one's.
Gentlemen, why don't we save our strength for Matt Goro? May the best hunter win.
Or you can tell us what you know, and keep that silver tongue of yours.
Their type don't listen to words.
If it wasn't for the fact I was streaming, it was...
waiting!
Don't waste my time!
Here we go, here we go. Come on, next guy, next guy. Thank you.
Mercy, please! My sister! The only... No more!
Gotcha.
Let's make him talk.
The bounty is yours. Please, just let...
Okay, I am going... No, I need to go to the bathroom. I am so sorry, chat. I really I need a piss and shit. I am so sorry. Here's a quick advertisement while it happens, so then that way there isn't any, like, pre-roll ads for, like, a little while longer. And if there were, they would be shorter. I'll be back in a minute. Bathroom break. Sorry, bathroom break. Where through data mining we learned that it was going to be having a remaster, and that potentially that remaster might be released next week. Are you talking about that Oblivion news? I haven't the faintest idea. Alright, we're on to something, chat. Alright, so no cookies in my hand. There's no cookies in my hand. I heard that. I have no cookies up my ass. And what do you know? Cookie before your eyes. High fist. You need some help, man? What the hell is the 5th letter of the alphabet? I see what you did there. Confused. The customary fallow for a very attractive streamer because horse Zeebs. There doesn't need to be quotation marks beside attractive. I am attractive. I am handsome. I am sexy as fuck. Attractive with quotation marks. How dare. Alright, I can do this. I can do this. There we go. Done.
Oh, and that's another. Thank you so much for the Hyper Himbo Pizza, Fox. I greatly appreciate it. Now, I don't know if it's working because I don't hear myself talk in my headphones, and I don't want to try and do that right now. But, actually, there is a way for me to check, though. If I go to the other link... Thank you for the Hyper Himbo. Doing that.
No.
Look how far I can throw it.
Who's hitting all these redeems while I'm at the bathroom?
Oh my god.
The timing is too good to pass up. Oh, good for you. Thank you. Thank you, Rearburr. Alright, ding, dong, stop the animation.
Let me go.
You want to live? Give me a lead.
Here we are.
We were chasing a rumor of dead Oni raiders
I'm back
floating
now.
in the river. They were killed with a musket.
The river? Then why are you here?
We saw your horses. Thought we'd make a stop along the way.
Bet you're regretting that decision.
He's given us a lead. Let him go.
I don't like loose ends.
Let's see what we catch at the river.
Let's go.
Is this a typical day for you?
The life of a wanderer is as predictable as the weather.
With more rainy days than sunny, I imagine.
I like the rain. It's a free bath.
Here's the river, but I don't see any Oni raider corpses.
Let's head upstream, see what we can find.
It must be hard, making a living among cutthroats. Always on your guard, unsure who to trust.
That's why I don't trust anyone.
Well, that's a very negative way to live.
Bodies in the water.
Oni raiders. Bloated. But I can make out the bullet holes.
No other signs of a fight. Mad Goro didn't kill them here.
Must have happened further up the river. Let's go. Come on, Homura.
Yeah, but there's stuff to collect here.
Was your life different in the south?
I was always on the move, fighting for whoever would take me.
But you served the Lord as part of a clan?
Why do you care?
It would be nice to know you weren't alone for 16 years.
I was never more alone than among the samurai.
So definitely playing into the... Similar to like the blue-eyed samurai where, you know, women in Japan just did not have a good time when they were solo. They were very much commodified by samurai and men.
There!
Great.
Oni raiders!
More of them.
By the waterfall. What are they looking at?
Corpses. Mad Goro's been busy. We'll deal with the raiders and see if he left behind any clues to follow.
Hold on. We should be tactical about this. Come up with a plan.
The plan is we go in quiet. Pick them off one by one.
Even you can't sneak up on that many Oni raiders.
20 mom for every man I kill without alerting the others.
10.
It must be hard making a living among cutthroats.
15 mon. You made your point.
Nice.
Just don't cheat and give away our position.
Or your ego will do that for me.
Alrighty.
30 more.
It's in your best interest to count in your head.
Staring at a that would be the same thing to me. They call Goro mad for a reason.
Nice. Ain't it? Alrighty. There's the other one.
The last of them.
You said it
Yeah!
couldn't be done.
Just take your money. Now, let's take a look at those corpses. More victims of Matt Goro.
I'm just that good.
Victim is a strong word.
Pray then.
I'm just that good, chat.
Black
I can
powder
do the
residue.
stealth.
They were shot at a distance. Likely from that cliff. We should check for a camp.
Use your spyglass to see if it's worth the climb.
Tired, samurai?
Prudent.
I see smoke.
See you.
Oh boy.
Are you hurt?
No, I just hate when a bounty finds me first. Distract him with your bow while I sneak up that cliff.
You're going up there?
We need him alive, and I can't catch him from down here.
Arrows? Look like house scratchers. Keep shaking them my way. I put a rash into the lead. Started small, but I kicked at it. Turned into a scab. I think it's infested.
Have you tried mugwort?
I'm a wanted man. I can't take a shit without someone ambushing me. Much less go up.
He's running! Get back here!
Here we go.
You want me? Come and get me!
Come on, boy. We have to catch him.
How do I know this isn't a trap? That he's just like leading us somewhere else for an easier kill.
Crazy son of a... Throw bombs at me, but not at Homura!
Bombs? Like these?
If I didn't need you for the Oni... We'll catch him!
Arrow in his skull.
Need him alive to reach the Oni! Mad Goro's horse. He must have gone in there.
Careful. He likely abandoned it for the high ground. Where he could put that musket to use.
Nobody knows. Come back another day.
Can't see through the smoke.
Move forward. Carefully.
Zoro, distract him so I can get close.
Because that worked so well before.
He's got nowhere to run this time.
It's your turn. We meet again.
And you brought more arrows. Is it familiar?
Like an old song. You're clear, Atsu. Go.
Except I can see you better now. Fine. Handsome. I regret telling you about my rash.
Well, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So long as you don't give it to me.
You won't get close enough to catch it.
That girl could be gay for all we know if he's flirting with our brother like that.
Did you miss because you are starting to like me? Maybe I'm just bad with a bow. With those strong arms and piercing eyes?
It's over, Goro.
Ah, you're a sneaky one. I'd prefer your friend. There's still fire in me yet.
What is that smell?
The mask of a wanted man. Everlasting! He has a rat!
Fent!
Wait! You have a mask of your own! Mon Dieu!
Sniff me again and I'll cut off your nose.
You alright?
Bastard singed my eyebrows.
Gotcha!
Not so cocky
Yes.
now, are you, Goro? You hit hard for a ghost.
Hands behind your back. And stop talking.
He was tough.
So, this is the infamous Mad Goro. And our other prize, the Oni's musket. I don't know which one is more distasteful.
Time to meet your master.
What a boring, straightforward approach. Especially considering what I can offer Clan Matsumai.
Yes, we heard all about your rash.
I was referring to information. I know how the Oni Raiders operate. Their numbers, where they keep their prisoners of war.
Ooh.
Did you think we burn them all? The Oni needs labor to fix up his castle. And you samurai are so strong.
How many?
24, maybe more.
Jubei. He's playing you.
Something about you Matsumai really gets under the Oni's skin. I think you make him long for his glory days. When he was a smooth-skinned hero. Not unlike yourself.
I need to bring him in for questioning.
This was always your plan. All that bullshit about getting to know me?
Men's lives are at stake.
Of course, you'd choose your clan over me.
I'm not choosing anyone, Atsu. Give me a few days, and I promise, Mad Goro and the musket are yours. We can both get what we want.
I thought we wanted the same thing. The Oni dead.
And he will be. In a couple of days.
Look, he's not wrong. Jinbei, like, you know, there's a potentiality of saving, like, you know, there's a potentiality of saving 24 samurai.
Brother. Can stop me.
So, like, quite frankly, it's worth doing the double check. Meanwhile, the wolf is just here, thankfully not hurting us. Excuse me.
Salmon. I hope Jubei keeps his word.
Where's this bird going? Where are you taking me? There's the bird again. Oh, it's a hot spring! Nice! Although we got some weeds to clear up before we go in, I imagine. Make it a lot more enjoyable for ourselves. Weed obstructs these waters like anger obstructs the mind. Clear the weeds, clear your mind. Nature will follow. Alright. There's a bear?
He is alive. He became the samurai he always dreamed of. Lord Kitamori, protector of the North. And his sister, the Onryo.
Yay, more health. I definitely need more of that. Also, we get to see some crack. Huh? Did you hear that? There's a resting spot over there. That's the twin foxes. There's a wolf over there. An outpost. The lumber yard. Ah, just another notification. Bear! It's just a little bear! Oh. Where are you going? Alright, hopefully the big bear doesn't kill me. I want to know what happens to the little bear. Where's the little bear? There he is. Alright, hang on. And I've lost sight of them. Oh wait, no, there's the big bear again. Never mind.
Where are you off to?
Alright, now we follow the fox. The foxes are easier to follow than the little bear.
These masks yours? Maybe not. Do the masks scare you?
He doesn't like the masks. Alright, let's follow the... Look at this silly little guy. Look at him. We better be able to pet the fox at the end of all this.
I don't like them either. masks here. You're safe.
Aww. Can we pet? No, don't run away. Come back. I want to pet you. Get back here. Why do the creatures run away from me? This is not fair.
To me! Sounds like a wolf is nearby. Wolf hunters. You again.
Oh.
You've been busy. I don't like Saito's men either. Seems we have a common enemy. You picked up a scent?
Ooh. I guess we'll follow him.
See if you'll lead me to his friends.
There's a wolf. Keep following him. Keep following him.
Oni Raiders! Saito has them killing wolves now.
Go. Yeah.
Out you go.
Hey, we rescued a wolf.
Saito must want you all gone. His way of taming Ezo. Good thing we got here just in time. And that you didn't bite my arm off. You're welcome.
Nice. We'll have more of them summoned. Watchtower. Where am I in all of this? There I am. Okay, cool. Alright, let's head to the lumber yard and free the lumber yard! I'm imagining that it's, you know, under control and such because of the village we were in previously, making note of that.
A lumberyard, held by Oni raiders.
No, not the bald! Oh. Balding was part of the plot anyway. No! Alrighty, cool. Still stealthing it. Ish. Still stealthing it ish. No more stealthing, I suppose. Lawmaker has things. Tara, let's go.
There's a haze in the air when the sun rises.
Here we go. Lasted for a decent while though, yeah. And now we're back to stealth though, so.
Face me!
There you go.
Your hate is mine!
I'm not a warrior!
Alrighty.
No, please!
How do I get further in? Occupy territory. Darn. Okay, so I can't just... And I can't get in via there, so...
Let's go soft on these people.
Sensei Takashi will not forget about us. We will be rescued. I'm sure of it.
That's kind of hilarious that bees can kill him. I guess there's samurai with bee allergies.
You're dead!
Getting tired?
Gotcha! Did I kill you? Yeah, I killed you. It looked like I killed you. And then you're dead. And then... Yep. You are dead. Ah. Where's the remaining?
I'll make this hurt! Enough!
Weak.
Who's in charge here?
His name's Eijiro. If you are here for his bounty, you won't see a single mon. He won't let anyone disrupt the supply of lumber to Ishikari Castle. Eijiro will kill you for what you've done.
Tell me where he is.
Near the tower, behind the large gate. He'll be waiting for you.
Hey, we get to duel someone? Okay.
Don't see any more guards.
Alright, okay. No, still occupied territory, which means I have to go through this gate. Here we go. Random Final Fantasy XIV. Where are you going?
So you're the one they call Onryo. You have no chance. I have killed countless samurai.
I'm no samurai.
We will strip this land for the Oni's castle. Ishikari Plain belongs to the Oni Raiders!
No, they do not. Damn it! 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 Fuck! I was trying to get fancy.
You have no chance. I have killed countless samurai.
I'm no samurai.
We will strip this land for the Oni's castle. Ishikari Plain belongs to the Oni Raiders! Here I come!
Yes! I was about to throw a Scorch Bomb at him, but never mind. I was ready to throw a Scorch Bomb at him just to make my life easier, but we got through it. Also, hi there, Wild Saber. Sorry, I didn't realize it was you that was talking about the FF14 thingamadiggy.
Thank you for rescuing us. We're with Sensei Takahashi. He's been teaching us the
I'm gonna
real
use the
thing,
advertisement as a
fight
time
the
to go
Raiders.
and piss. Give me a minute. Piss
Sensei
break.
Takahashi. Sounds like someone worth tracking down.
There should be an advertisement shortly. All right, I'm back. There's no greater burden than grief. It changes your perspective on life and what you're capable of. After my wife and daughter died, I tried everything to feel close to them. I wrote poetry, I wrote songs. Interesting that
Glug,
Saito was talking
glug,
about grief.
glug, glug, glug.
Thank you for the self-care. I'm gonna crack open a new one of those. All right, so. Nice. Mm-hmm. Gonna go with that one.
Looks like I have you to thank for keeping me in business today.
Yeah.
Find anything good?
See for yourself.
Hi there, Kevin.
So much to take in. I know.
What a way to go for such a sponsor. That was one of the ads you saw on the stream. Nice. At least you got one that's relevant. All right, so that's fully upgraded. That's fully upgraded.
Picked that up myself.
And we got more charms.
Picked for those who need it most. I see you around.
Ooh, okay. Let's improve that one. And this one is already at the max level. This one wants me to stagger pole arms with dual katanas. Complete paintings, visit hot springs. Looks like I can upgrade both of these weapons. So I need coin and Oni masks. Interesting. All right, we're gonna go for the. Hi there, Velk. Has she got enough weapons? She can always have more, Velk. Elk, a lady can always have more weapons. Don't ever say there is enough weapons.
You ever see foxes playing with
How's it
fireflies
going?
at night?
They like
This game might be popular. There's a poster on the wall of the train station. This is a big game, Kevin, by the by. This is a proper sized game. This is like one of the PlayStation exclusive games, and it's gonna be on PlayStation 5 for like a year or two before they decide to do a multi-console release of it. Like, this is one of PlayStation's big releases of this year. Why the Cactar Incineroar? Why? Oop. Not in here. Get out of here.
Hello.
Hello. And of course you steal my shirt as you do. Welcome, welcome. How's it going on your side of things, Velk? You doing good? Chat, did you know that Velk streams as well? They're not like, you know, consistently streaming. They're not like me where like, you know, you can guarantee to see me like 3 times a week or such. Velk is a very rare kind of streamer where it only happens like, you know, once in a blue moon. You gotta keep a close eye on them. Also, where the fuck am I going? You gotta keep a close eye on them. Otherwise, you're gonna have problems. Okay, so it's
an abandoned fishing camp. Looks like someone left in a hurry.
Give me a minute. I'm trying to find the what's-in-a-whoozy spot.
Someone was fishing for their meal.
You actually streamed yesterday or the day before? Yeah.
The fire looks ready to...
You're down to do it more. It was fun and was doing some Unreal tournament for a bit, which was great fun. Nice, nice. So yeah, because you used to do like all kinds of like competitive kind of stuff, like Heroes of the Storm and what have you. So like I would say like with your history, you're pretty good at the whole, you know, first person or third person shooter kind of eras.
Always chatting or eating.
All right. Painting! Painting. This is what Blue Foxy Nicey Icy wishes they could do. Just look at the quickness of this brush stroke. This is how I wish drawing would be like, was that it was just really quick brush strokes. So like you would just get that dopamine hit so quickly. Look at that. So fast. You would be wrong. Unreal is the only FPS you're good at. Ah, okay. Damn it. I thought that would have been enough. I thought one shot would have been more than enough, but okay, fine. I guess it isn't. What the fuck happened here? Ow!
You know you're hiding up there! You! Climb up there and get him! You keep sending them, I'll keep killing them! Kamikichi! You scaly bastard! Come down! We'll make this change!
Won't stop attacking. Grab him if he comes out.
Haven't heard back.
Oh, cool. You got hit by the Scorch Bomb Blast. This thing has a really wide radius. That's really fortunate for me. But yeah, glad to see Super Mario is still here. Whoa!
Whoever you are, you won't get a fight from me! That was my last arrow!
Who are you?
Turtle Man Kamikichi. As you probably figured out, there's a bounty on me. I was fishing till those raiders attacked me. I had just enough time to scramble up here with my bow.
Seems like
it's a turtle mask, not a kappa mask. He's called the turtle.
I used to be a samurai, but not much longer. This wound isn't healing. Care to share some salmon with a dying man?
Why did I get a notification nose?
If you want the company.
I do. And don't worry. All you need is my mask to collect the bounty. You'll need to light the fire. I'm not much use.
Alright, here we go.
How long have you been hunting bounties?
Not long.
There we go.
It's rough. Killing faces when you barely know their name.
Makes it easier.
Killing should never be easy.
It is when you have a cause.
We all have causes. Till the end. And then all you know how to do is take life.
If you don't, they'll take yours.
Take a good look at me. This is what happens when you finally lose that fight.
I don't know if, like, I can burn my food
Don't
or
sound
not.
so impressed.
It's not the food. It's the company. Here I am, hiding in a cave, speaking to a killer, waiting to die. Is that how you want it to end someday?
The people who would want me dead will be gone soon enough. Then it's over.
Yeah.
Maybe for them.
It's not how I want to die.
Where will you be? You'll be hunting down old men in caves to pay for sake.
You make it sound so simple, but it's not. Something happened to me when I was young. Something unforgivable.
Oh?
People need to pay for what they did. Want more salmon? You there?
Oh. Oh, he dead. That's
I guess that wound was too much. I hope you found peace. Thank you for the mask.
That's a shame. That was honestly one of the more humbling kind of, bounties. Shame. Shame about that, man. We got an outpost over there. So we already did the wolf's thingy-majiggy there. Castle over there. An altar. Nice, nice. Watchtower. Another altar. Alright, so we've already rescued, like, the lumber yard, as far as I know. it's a shame he wasn't happy with his killing. Well, he had his reasons. Alright, so we've already done the Twin Fox. There's a resting spot there. And we're looking for the storyteller there. Signal, what's Muhuzi? Meet Jubei near the market. A watchtower, rescue the imprisoned person. Search for what's Muhuzi. There's a lot of things we could be doing. Collect a debt from a merchant. Oh, okay, so there's like... So the red means that they own the place. Alright. So we need to liberate it. So there's places that we can be liberating and what have you. Also, I'm kind of curious, what's at the end of this river? What's around the river bend? Waiting just around the riverbed. I look once more just around the riverbed. Beyond what for? Just around the riverbed. Let's see. So what is your Sunday looking like, Velk? Do you think you'll want to watch more King of the Hill after I'm done streaming? Oh, this must lead to a shrine or something. Gonna be with your partner for a bit, but who knows? Fair, fair. It's always good being able to hang out with IRL partners and what have you. Wish I had an IRL partner. Ooh, okay. It's got a weird bug. You know, I'm gonna be real with you, Velk. Because you're on a Linux machine, it just sounds like there's a weird thing happening every week with your PC. I've had plenty of people recommend to me Linux systems and what have you, but I'm gonna be frank, it sounds like it's just busy work one week after another, just to get, you know... Nice. Climbing up here. Thank you for the fire lily. So what's the weird bug, if you mind me asking? Yeah, nose. Sorry, I just had to pick my nose. It's not Linux being the problem, it's me, and I just fixed it. Nice. Man, it's unfortunate. It would be great if it was just that simple of a thing where it's like, ah, the PC is doing something because I'm an idiot. I wish my PC problems were all centered around me. It'd make my life so much easier. This is honestly a beautiful spot. Sucker punch, you mad lads, you did it. Alrighty, and jump. If you moused over Firefox, it would grab it and drag it. Running updates fixed it, but no, I meant that if it exists, there's a problem that's happening in the PC. No one knows what or when, but it is happening. Nice. Whee! Whee! Ah! Okay, I survived that. I was worried for a minute, but I survived. Alright, so this is the way back. Beautiful. Beautiful. Ooh, a charm of something or other increases fire damage. And we get back off this waterfall. Ah, Foxstead, interesting. You... Let's see. So you're a big water mass. Okay. Odd. Wait, how? That makes no sense. Alright.
Find me, boy.
Let's go.
Yep, alright, so we're gonna hook a left. Oh, hello.
Kill me. I gave you everything I have.
Liar! Empty those pockets, or I'll run you through and search your corpse.
The fuck, dude?
Having a chat about the weather.
Help me, please.
Doesn't look like you're doing any of that.
This man owes me coin. Our business has nothing to do with you.
It does now. Let him go.
Oh, I got you both. Double the coin. Buy the good sake tonight. You're the one on the poster. Lord Saito must really want you dead.
Gotcha.
He's going to kill me.
Alright. There was this... Wait, was I here before? Not exactly. Oh no, maybe I was. Maybe I was already here. Yeah, this was where the wolf was released and such. Yeah, I was already here. Alright, cool. Alright, let's keep going. Let's keep marching, chat. God, there's so much side content I can do. I don't want to play this game off stream because there's just so much like little things to be doing, and some of it is like, you know, narratively worthwhile. Also, hi there, Giannis. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. Ooh, fish. No, I can't drink the sake. Give me the sake, thank you. And another sake. I'm gonna get proper drunk now. Here we go.
Yanis 45556 demands you drink.
Alrighty then. Sippies! Thank you for the sippies. How goes it, Giannis? Okay, I'm sobering up from the looks of it. Oh, and the bird's helping me. All right, bird. Where are we going, bird? Oh, it's a hot spring. The Kappa's hot spring. Ooh. Okay. This is an interesting one. Ass! Apparently, Erika Ishii's girlfriend, she's on TikTok, and she's like, you know, I'm seeing people, you know, playing Ghost of Yōtei, and they're going through the game, and they get to the hot springs, and she has one complaint. They did not give her girlfriend's ass justice. So apparently, even though we get to have Erika Ishii going into a hot spring butt naked, the butt is suboptimal. Apparently she has a better butt than what they're presenting.
I used to beg father to take us with him whenever he left home.
God damn.
Didn't matter where he was going. We knew he would make it an adventure.
Alrighty, so we got through that hot spring. Where the fuck am... Oh, I'm nearly there. Nice. So, I'm guessing the inn must be over in this direction. A lot of Oni masks. Unless I'm going the wrong way. No, I'm going the right way. Cool, 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 cool. Alrighty. Oop. Tripwires. Someone thinks they would be clever.
Lord Saito is a bad enemy.
Nah, get fucked. Where's the bird? There's the bird. Bird, lead me the way. Show me. There we go.
You came. Decided to brave the demons of this valley, I see. Why not pick a mask? Any mask, to keep them at bay.
I'd rather you tell me what the raiders are doing here.
This is the Oni's breath in. Even demons need watering holes. So,
Do they now?
shall we make you a mask worthy of your inner demon? A mask for every demon!
Ooh, I like that.
Ah, Of course. You've already gotten that. Keep your eyes peeled.
Interesting masks. So that's Injiri, that's the black powder, it's an iron mantle, spider lily. And Matt was the snakes. Beast of the flame.
Does not taste the same.
Let it go.
Someone saw you, Blue Yamaoba. Stop hiding and find us at the southwest entrance to Urara Forest. Huh, okay.
Entrance is at the front.
Ooh, bamboo strikes! Let's go! Where's the bamboo strike? Where are you? Where are you? Bamboo. Bamboo strike is somewhere around here.
Fancy sword on that one. Can she even cut bamboo?
Yes, I can!
Little focus. Child's play.
Yeah! Alright, so dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun! Yes! Dun 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 dun. Damn it! Yes! Woo! Yeah! This is the most crazy QTE game. Those bamboo strikes are in the first game as well. Now, here's one of the fun things. In this second game, you unlock the ability. To you know, get two swords. So as you can see here, you have like dual katana and normal katana. Now, here's the interesting thing. During the training sequence of the dual katana, you have to improve your left arm because, you know, Ashi's character is predominantly right-handed. Now, the button prompts you get in the bamboo strikes are predominantly right-handed as well. It's using the face buttons, and only like once in a while does it use like, say, the left bumper or something like that. When you go and do the training sequence for the dual katana to strengthen your left hand, they give you a bamboo strike, but it's using the buttons that are predominantly on the left hand. So it's like the arrow directionals are pressing the left thumbstick. Which, I'm gonna be real with you, is very fucking clever to sort of like, you know, train the person and show them the difficulties of left-handed by having the button prompts happen on the left hand of the controller rather than the right hand. Which is interesting.
No one wants to fight me. At least the raiders know how to have fun. I could kick them out, you know, if I wanted to. You?
So yeah.
Fight me.
You're drunk.
Come on.
It's amazing when they connect gameplay and story like that. Yeah.
Oh, you know what I mean.
I've gotten into fights for worse reasons.
Aha! Yes! Wait.
Oh, Jesus. Dude. You're drunk.
Enough!
Nice try.
Take your money.
Yeah! Get fucked. Ooh. I'll take that bounty.
I was looking at that.
Not if you want to live.
This was nothing anyway.
No! No, please!
No mask, no entry.
Fine. Let me have a mask.
Good thing I'm wearing one. I hear you have raiders inside.
Drunk ones? This is
Did the amazing
What'd you expect?
Zeebs grow up watching Samurai Champloo? I know what Samurai Champloo is, but I don't know what Ryoni Kenshi is. That one I've not heard of before. Understood. Huh. Oh, okay, never mind.
In, get information on the Yōtei 6.
Ah, at least someone out there has the guts to join the party. Sit, have a drink. Let's play a game, friend.
Okay.
I pose a riddle. You answer.
Ooh.
Get it right, I drink. Get it wrong, you drink.
All right, let's hear this riddle.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Oni's breath in. Let's drink and let's figure out some riddles. Maybe they'll be simple riddles. Maybe I'll figure these out.
Feed me and I live. Quench my thirst and I die. What am I?
A fire.
Fire.
The lady is correct.
Because you feed them wood, it burns. But if you douse them with water, it extinguishes.
There are lots of Ronin looking for work out there.
But you are better than all of them put together, and want the raiders to send jobs your way instead. Is that it?
Why scrounge around for jobs when I could join the raiders instead?
Brave little doll, aren't we? I have eyes when I have company. I am blind when I am alone.
Ooh. Eyes when they have company, and eyes when and blind when alone. Huh. I want to say a mask?
A mask.
Ah, the doll is smart too.
That one was a bit of a trickier one, because like I didn't think they were going to do something special about the
what's it
sword
like
and like the
working
little
for
cross
Yōtei
guard.
6?
Why so curious about them?
They're going up against the Matsumae, aren't they? I'd like to be on the winning side when that happens.
Answer this next riddle and maybe we can talk about it. I am real within you.
Ooh.
I am but a story around you.
Pain.
It is a demon, in fact. Friend. I heard there is one running around the Yōtei grasslands, killing our men.
Thanks for the free drinks.
Ooh.
Wait. I saved the best riddle for last. I carry a sword, but I am not a man. I ask about the Yōtei 6 too much, and tipped my hand.
You really don't want to do this.
Oh.
No one is that eager to come face to face with the Yōtei 6.
Fine, we take it outside. I hate spilling good sake.
Alright. Here we go.
I'm ready!
You cannot hide from the Oni!
3, 2, 1. Show me. Come on. Thank you.
Yes! 1993 with the 4-month tier 1 sub.
Also, thank you, Goldie, for the resub. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. There we go.
Anyone else want to join them? Drinks are on them.
Nice. Well, we cleaned up that inn. When the minigame turns into a boss, I reckon I still would have had to deal with that boss fight if I got all the questions correct. The only difference might have been that maybe they would have been a little bit drunk.
You have your favorite cup back. You happy now?
Nice. Anyone here? No. Alright. Oh my god, we can gamble in this den. Hang on a second. Is it a safe idea to gamble? Let's give it a try.
Why not?
Let's play. I know how to play this gambling game, alright? We gotta flick the coins, but we gotta make sure we don't flick more than one coin. So, let's see. So we can go... Alright, so... You... to you... And then... Let's see if I can get... Nah. That was a tricky spot, but let's see how he goes. Because we need to get 6 hits. So he's going to go 1, 2, 3. He's going to be able to get 4 easily. Unless he fucks up here and accidentally hits 2. Nope. Alright, cool. He's doing good. He's doing good. But now comes the tricky part. Because now these coins are really close together. Oh, you fucker. Damn it! We're playing again. I can do this.
Thanks for the game.
We're doing it again. We're doing it again.
Want to play?
Of course.
We're doing it again. I want my money back. Alrighty, so I go 1, so which goes to that. So that goes to 1, to 2, to 3, to 4, to 5, and then we try and so there's the first one. So then we go to the second one.
Hmm.
3. 4. 5. 6. There we go. Let's play again. I need to get more than my money.
Again. And I'll make things more interesting by wagering a charm. Someone like you could put it to good use.
Yes, please.
Another game.
Looks like you want that charm. Sure.
Yep. All right, let's have a look at the thing. So we go 1 to 2, all the way to 3, and then 4, 5, and 6. Yeah. All right. I know what I'm doing. All right. So.
No.
So 1. No! Fuck! God damn it! I hit too hard. And you're gonna fucking play me out, aren't you? He needs to undershoot. I need to have him so he doesn't do the right. Ah! Darn you. Fuck you. Why do you gotta do a perfect game like that?
Good.
Fuck you. Give me my money. God damn this game.
A good match.
Give me one more. I want.
Still after that charm?
Yes.
I'll go again.
Give me. Damn it! I wanted more money. God damn it! Why are you gotta make it cheaper when I? All right. So 1 to 2 to 3, 4. No. 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, 5, and then 6, perhaps. All right. Here we go. So 1 to 2. Actually, let's see if I can... No. Fuck! Shit.
Oh.
God fucking damn it. I would do terribly at strip poker. What in the world? Where were you trying to hit? Alright, you... going to... you... to... you... Yes! Damn it! What do you mean I hit too many? Damn it, no! God damn you! God damn you, I want my money! This is why you don't want me gambling in real life. I would
Play
get...
again.
The charm's still up for grabs, so sure.
And what's more is like he's going cheaper! I want the good money! Fuck you! Alright, so... ding.
Damn.
So small value. And then... ding. Ha. There we go. Fuck you. Not only do I want the ante back, I also want to do another gamble so I can get money back.
Nicely done. Here's the charm. Guess
Thank
I'm
you.
done playing for the day.
No, don't say that. Don't say that. I want more money.
How about the game?
Of course.
Alrighty. There's a lot ante in here. Okay, here we go. Alright, let's have a think about this. So we've got 1, 2... So we can go from here. So going 1 to 2 to 3 to 4... Nah, that's too far of a distance. To 4 to 5. Alright, cool. I got an idea. So, here's how we do it. So the tiniest flick. And then... there we go. We barely did it. So, and then... you... Oh, God damn you. At least I got 3. God, I wish I could just rage and kill everyone in this fucking bar. Hit too many coins, hit too many coins, hit too many coins. Yeah! Alright, so... there's one. And then... Yes! Hell yeah.
Well played.
No, I'm good now. I'm good now.
Wish I could afford final.
Oh, I'd laugh if you get an in-game achievement for the amount of wins/losses.
Buy a mask.
I would not want to deal with that shit. Okay, bounty poster. Alrighty, so let's head to the Fox for a new charm.
Hey, sword lady. Appreciate you taking care of those raiders. Buy whatever sake you want. I won't even try to swindle you.
Nice. But no thanks. Meow. Alright, so we've already dealt with the lumberyard and the Oni's thingamadiggy, so we just need... more fires. The Oni raiders are real assholes. Firefox, just like the browser.
The fox is trapped in the fire. We'll get you out of here. This way.
Is there... Wait, are they stuck elsewhere? Hang on. There you are. Through the hole. Alright, where are you taking me, boy? Show me your secrets!
The Oni burned my home, too. Careful, I'll clear the way. Fire's out. You can come through.
Aww.
Stay safe, little one.
Can I pet him? Yeah, I can pet the fox! You's a good boy. Good boy. Alrighty. Alright, we're heading to the farm next.
Over here, boy.
Anything worthwhile at this farm?
Please, no trouble. We gave the Oni everything we have. Something wrong? Not at all. See the masks on our wall. We bow to the Oni. No one should bow to the Oni. His raiders would kill you for saying that. They tried and failed. In that case, maybe you could help us. Who's us? My daughter is too kind for her own good. She has taken pity on a wounded Matsumai. It's best if I show you. Follow me.
Okay.
Why should I help a samurai? He has coin. And if the raiders find us hiding him, they'll burn us all alive.
Mother.
Oh, a Matsumai.
A savior, I hope. I haven't agreed to anything yet.
This samurai was dying in the grass. I found him before the Oni raiders did. His name is Ikeda.
They're still looking for him.
Neck.
If they find him here, they will kill us. Can you take him back to his camp?
You will be rewarded. I swear it.
Fine.
I have a brother who'd be angry if I didn't help. How far is your camp, Ikeda?
Nearby.
I need to get him ready to walk. Please keep watch outside while I finish tending his wounds.
Alright. Let's do it. No doubt the raiders are gonna arrive. Or are we gonna have to stealth this?
I'm curious.
Maybe
Why
stealth
risk your
this.
lives to help him? The Matsumai are the only ones standing up to the Oni. Think they can make a difference? Even a few dead raiders are better than none. Oni raiders! They're coming! I'll deal with them. Tell your samurai to get moving.
Woo.
There they are.
Samurai! We know you're in there!
Give him, wait for them to get closer. Actually, wait, what am I thinking? Let me just do a standoff.
This won't take long.
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
She won't stop!
Gotcha.
That's the last of them.
Easy.
Can you move, samurai?
I will manage.
I'll help him.
You can't go alone. It's dangerous.
Mother, I found him. I have to see this through.
Be safe. All of you.
Alrighty. Smoke bombs, thank you. Can't get the fish. Return to ally? What? Oh, there you are.
You are a brave one.
Not as brave as you.
Oh, the daughter is infatuated with the samurai.
Time to earn my coin.
we go. Did it.
The camp is just a little farther.
Let's hurry.
Oh, I'm full on bamboo. I'm gonna need to sell some of that when I have a chance. Or use it in upgrades.
I think I see my brothers.
There they are.
Matsumae! Over here! Ikeda! You're still alive? With the help of these two.
Hold them off!
Get ready!
There we go.
Well then, stranger. You have done your part serving the Matsumae.
Don't forget your part.
Not so loud. I don't want the men to know I give money to
A woman?
a mercenary.
For a few coins more, I won't tell a soul.
Here, your pay. With my gratitude.
Conduct your business and be on your way.
Here, supplies, always good. And then pick up all the stuff that's been left behind, like arrows and what have you, and powder. Alrighty. What in the world is over there? Oh, it's the village that we were in previously. This game makes me it makes you excited for Blue-Eyed Samurai 2? Yeah, I'm curious about it too, to be real with you. Alright, so we got a few places we can go. Alright, let's see. So there's a new technique over there. Alright. On we go.
Faster, Homura.
Okay, the Watamahuzi Plains is a very tight location. I thought it would be way too wide, but it's not too big of a location, and there's just so much we could be doing, which is great. Oop, hello.
Go, go!
Reliquary of Strength? What? Oh, wait, hang on, hang on. The mountain raised the boy as her own. Demons looked away from them in fear, but the wolf watched them both, ready to provide aid. Okay, so that's a demon. So that's the wolf. So I need to have the demons looking away. There we go. There we are. And then... Oh, I see. Okay, cool. So.
The etchings said the boy chased demons away from the land.
And then... Yeah!
There
Figured that
was
out.
something in that statue. Thank you.
Ooh, beautiful shot. There we go. And then get the birch wood while we can. And it looks like there's a hot spring there we could go to, so I'm gonna head over to that. Is the bird gonna tell me about the hot spring that I can see just across the way? Yes, it is. Okay. Oh, and looks like there's a shrine there too. Interesting. So, we got two different things we need to do. Give me a second. Thank you for the altar. I appreciate it. Onryo strike. Assassinations, triple assassin. You know what? I'm gonna do the slaughter leader thing, so then that way we've got that at the ready just in case. And now we just need to. Alrighty, here we go. So jump, swing, jump across, catch. Here we are. Look at me go. Nice. Bear Rock. Before you rest, gaze upon the castle with spyglass from foreign lands. Know that when the demon fall, nature will remain. What castle? Mm-hmm. Ass.
I spent so many years...
Oh, I need to piss again.
Fighting in the peasant infantry. Listening to young men die for a lord's glory. It feels strange now to stop. And take a moment.
God, I've been going for so many bathroom breaks. Ah, there we go. Nature. Yep, so that was the markets. There's a watchtower there. And then... Gotta head north to save a weaponsmith. Where is the slide? There's the slide.
Hey, boy.
Alright, how do I get off these cliffs? Also, what the hell is this guy doing?
Hey! Over here! Are you any good with horses? I need help reining in a pair of runaways.
Sure.
I've helped a horse or two in my time. Tell me how you lost them.
Something spooked the poor creatures. I kept control of this one, but Daichi and Umi took a fright.
And you can't find them?
Oh, I know where they are, but I don't dare go after them. They ran toward the Oni's cursed statues. Follow me. I'll explain on the way. When the Oni arrived, a few of us stood up to him. We burned our leaders alive, stood statues over their bones. Demons standing on the ashes of the dead.
That sounds like the Oni, all right.
There! One of those cursed statues. Daichi ran past it.
I'll take a look.
Follow the statues. Just don't look into their eyes. Please be careful.
Your master's a bit of a coward, Daichi. Daichi? Daichi! You must be Daichi. Eating flowers? Your master needs to feed you better.
You found him! Come here, Daichi.
Now for your other horse.
Umi must be farther ahead. This way.
Come on, Homura.
Another statue built on the bones of innocence. I won't tread on cursed ground. Call out if you find Umi.
Oh, there's Umi.
Umi, who tied you up? Easy, boy. Let's get you out of here.
That horse belongs to us!
No! Stay away from me!
Hurry up!
The fire will consume you!
Sure.
She is not human!
Your horses are fine, good sir.
They're fine. Just hungry.
I wish I could feed them better. Most of our grain goes to the Oni raiders as tribute. You're really not afraid of those demons?
They're just men, hiding behind masks.
Not afraid at all.
I had half your courage. Would you mind escorting us the rest of the way?
I suppose. Wouldn't want to lose the horses again.
I'll pay you. Can't be too careful. Follow me. Before my horses fled, I was delivering supplies to a weaponsmith.
What kind of weapons does he make?
Spears, I think. At least he did before the Oni raiders took over his forge.
Faster, Homura!
made it. Here is your pay.
Keep a few coins. Buy Daichi and Umi some feed.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Where the fuck am I?
They're forcing him to make weapons.
Who is being forced to make weapons?
My husband. When the Oni raiders seized our forge, he stayed behind so we could escape.
They're forcing my father to make as many spears as they need.
What's your father's name?
Kotetsu.
Oh!
Being held at Bonkaji Forge, northwest of here.
This is
But going there is suicide.
Good thing I'm in need of weapons.
Let me help you.
Absolutely not.
Leave your father to me. You need to protect your mother.
I can do that.
Thank you.
Get shit on, child.
Please
You gotta be
bring him back
responsible.
safely.
Remember, child, be responsible. Alright, so there's the storyteller over there, resting spot. We've already done the Woolstone. There's an unknown outpost. There's an altar there and a foundry there. Alright, we'll head to the altar. Get ourselves some new skill. Yeah, I can see it. It's all the way up there. And then after that, we can then go to the forge. Oop.
Homura!
Altar should be easy enough to get to, I imagine. Yep, just about. Easy as pie. There we go. And again. Excellent. Let's go with the triple assassination. We'll be we'll be cracked at stealthing now. Here we go, here we go.
Later, I hope Kotetsu the weaponsmith is still alive.
Work faster! You want my best work? You wait for it. It's a pointy stick. How hard can that be? You want to try? I'm happy to make myself sparse. Maybe I go after your arm instead. Those you so valiantly had to escape. You do that? I'll cut off these hands you so desperately need. Just shut up and get back to work. I'll check that out.
Go.
Who's there?
So it's not perfect stealth, but we get there. Don't you worry.
That must be Kotetsu.
I don't know if they were meant to have me, like, be able to go through it like that, but okay.
I won't hold back!
Yeah! Where the hell is the rest of them? There you are. There's one of you. And another one of yous. Who's left?
Who are you? What are you doing?
Getting you out of here.
No, the raiders took over my home. Help me take it back and I'll reward you. We have intruders!
I guess we don't have a choice. Follow my lead and don't be reckless.
Where the hell is the...
I see why you're feared!
Alright, where's the other guy? Yeah!
My home
Did
is
it.
free of only raiders. Thank you.
You should send word to your family. They're at Gale's Reprieve.
I will. It's good to know they are safe. For now.
I've never seen a village with a forge this big.
A dream a friend of mine had. A place where any blacksmith could work freely. And safely. It's too bad Kingo never got to see it.
Kengo, the swordsmith.
You knew him?
He was my father.
Your father? I thought... No matter. We can speak more after we get everyone back here safely. I don't have much, but please take this. It's meant to help those who wield the yari.
Then I'm afraid it would be wasted on me. I've never used one.
Ah. There's a friend. Hiding in Modaio Highland.
That's where we're going next.
Yari. Might take some convincing, but he could teach you. Stay and patch up your wounds. I will send word to the others.
Instantly stagger an enemy. Nice. We're gonna get ourselves the Technique needed to wield a Yari. Alright, we've out of this thing. Grab the safe fall. Alright. So we need to get to that guy over there. Looks like there's another places we can go. New technique and a charm from the watchtower. Although...
Come! This is a nice change. I should go see Kotetsu. Hear what he had to say about father.
Looks like I have you to thank for keeping me in business today.
Find anything good?
See for yourself.
There we go. Running around at the speed of sound. Ba 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 da 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 da. Oh shit. Okay, never mind. We're going down.
Right.
This is a lot of fucking purple. Jesus. Pick up any more bamboo.
A tree reaching out in a sea of wildflowers.
Alright. More painting. Let's go. Paint. Paint, 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 paint. Paint, paint. Oh, okay. Beautiful. That looks rather nice. Another fortress over there. It's over here. That looks like some bamboo strikes over there.
Hey, boy.
Amaru, let's go. We're gonna go for the bamboo strikes over there. Ooh, hello. What's this? Nice. I like the little effects they do. I know where the bamboo strike is. I see it. I see it.
Will you be long?
Hard to say. I'm not done training yet.
You should give that arm a rest.
Rest? With fire-spitting demons roaming Ishikari, if I don't get stronger, I'll end up as kindling.
Train with me. You just might learn something.
Like what?
Plenty. Bamboo doesn't fight back.
Tell me about it. I had the rotten luck to live in these demon-infested hills.
First to draw blood wins.
You're incredible. Maybe I do need a break.
Nice. Was able to... I was worried I was gonna get hit and I was gonna be, like, laughed at, but thankfully not. There we go. Ding dong, ding ding dong. Nice. dong. Okay, this is gonna be tricky. So triangle trigger. So right hand, left hand, right, down, left, right. Yep. This is gonna be tricky to remember. Yes! First try! Oh my goodness. I was worried I was gonna fuck up there. But I didn't. Also, did I already get the... Oh no, there's more. There's more! More hot springs. I see it. I see it up there. I see it up there. Here we go. Here we go. This is what happens, chat. Like, I will get distracted. It's just one thing after another, after another. Go. Nice. Cloud view. Nice. Beautiful. Ah. Serenity.
I used to look at my shamisen like it was a chore. But after Mother died, I heard music everywhere. The rustle of leaves, the call of the stars, begging to be played.
A little more health, that's always good. Nice. So there's a fortress there. Shikari Castle is there. So we've already done the bamboo that was there. There's another wolf thingamajiggy over there. There's the bamboo there. Boat dock there. So that altar. You're gonna get such a rash doing that. Alright. Let's head to this fortress and see what it's about.
To me! Come on!
Here we go.
Your knee will burn you for this!
Nice work, Wolf. This way, perhaps? No, doesn't look it. Alright. Darn it. Once again, I still cannot kill a deer in one shot, which is rather annoying. And then we got a fortress. Oh. Never mind. We're not going over there. We're not going that way.
Over here, boy.
Fortress is dangerous, chat.
Wolf hunters.
There we go. Another wolf. Here we go.
We meet again. Saito's men won't stop going after wolves.
No, they won't.
You're going after them.
Yes, he is.
Wouldn't want to miss out on the fun.
Ooh, thunder and lightning. Very, very frightening. Where are you heading, wolf?
Looks like they want to play with wolves.
Here we go. Damn it.
did it.
Wolf bait. What's the achievement for wolf bait? Use an empty sake to trigger a wolf kill. Nice. Got that out of the way.
It's just fish. Enjoy.
Just enjoy the fish, Wolf. Not like I'm gonna be a problem for you.
And there she goes.
Oh, she. Okay. After appearing, we'll stay and fight your opponent. Yep, we'll go with that one. Massively increase stagger damage. If you assassinate a critter sky when the wolf is nearby, she will assassinate an additional foe. Immediately kill brutes and leaders. Wolf kills, earn spirit, and have a chance to terrify enemies. When you engage in a standoff, may join you and face off another enemy. Striking enemies with a thrown weapon or sake has a chance of summoning the wolf for a follow-up attack. Nice. Good for me. Alright, so we got some steel. Alright, let's try and get to that island so we can get the Yari spear.
Look at this one. Picking at corpses. No shame at all.
What? Leave the kid alone.
This is none of your business, lady. Hey.
It is my business.
That's her. The one who killed the snake. She doesn't look like a ghost to me.
Do we have a problem?
He's not worth it. Let's go.
Are you alright?
Of course. I mean, I had that handled, but...
Sit. I'll make us a fire.
You'll get better at it, don't you worry. Ah! Excuse me.
You shouldn't pick fights you can't win.
I've had worse. The cost of running a successful business.
Go.
Don't burn them!
You want to do this?
No, you got it. The customer is always right.
There we go.
That was crispy.
I think you mean thank you.
Of course. Any meal can lift your spirits, no matter how burnt it is.
Nah. It honestly does feel like I would have burnt it. Done here. Try to stay out of trouble, kid.
Stay out of trouble.
I will cower and run at the first sign of danger.
Sure you will.
Yari, for sparring.
Hands off! I see the Oni raiders sent another dog to collect my head. A starving dog, by the look of you.
You're quick to judge.
And you're slow to leave.
Ooh, okay, okay. All right.
You're outclassed!
You're skilled for a raider lapdog.
I would never work for them.
I'll drive the Oni and his raiders from this land.
The Oni's mine.
If you're hunting the Oni, why are you here?
To be trained in the Yari.
Now you want to talk?
Most visitors I get are after my head. I was the first to organize a resistance against the Oni and his men.
Yep, okay,
They've been
okay.
hunting me ever since.
You're lucky you weren't burned alive.
They put the torch to plenty others. I won't rest until the raiders are dead and buried.
Give me a Yari and I'll take care of the first part.
With those untrained hands, you'd only trip yourself.
I always manage to figure it out.
That would explain your fighting style.
Let me guess. Skilled, but sloppy.
I can teach you the way of the Yari, but you must use it to help Ishikari Plain.
When do we start?
At dawn. Hope you're an early riser.
I'm not, but sure. If I had my way, I would not be waking up so early.
You talk in your sleep.
And you snore.
Pick up that Yari.
Alright.
Weak grip. Tense shoulders. We'll start with the basics. I see you're self-taught.
Didn't have a choice. Most people weren't willing to teach me.
Because you're a woman, or because you refused their help?
Both. I learned to fight in the south. Picking pockets, watching samurai, signing up for the peasant infantry. Whatever helped me survive.
We learn quickest when our bellies are empty, and our backs are up against the wall.
Interesting philosophy.
My own sensei looked to nature for inspiration. He said training someone to fight is like teaching someone how to fish.
I've been spearfishing before.
You won't be spearing fish in the water. You'll be spearing them out of the air. Master speed, precision, and timing. Strike true, because I'm hungry. And I want fish for breakfast.
Of course you do.
Your accuracy needs work. Try again. Hone that frustration. Keep trying.
This isn't working.
Don't give up.
Got one.
Yeah.
It's time for breakfast.
Naginata? Maybe. Maybe. Who knows? Although a Yari might be some form
Delicious.
of Nagiata.
Where's mine?
You only speared one fish.
I wasn't given much instruction, Sensei.
The problem is your wrists. You're moving them wrong.
My wrists?
Come with me. I'll show you.
You want me to paint?
No. I want you to learn. Your movement should be smooth. Allow the brush to flow like a river. Do not grip the brush like a dagger. Let it become an extension of your hand.
There we go.
Mind how you turn your wrist. Be firm, but flexible.
That's pretty good. I think it is.
Now do you understand?
My wrists. When I thrust the yari, it should flow like a painter's brush stroke.
Let's see you try it. Try to spear enough for both of us, so we can have lunch together. Show these fish what you've learned. You can do better. Yes! That's it! Good work!
Yes!
If you can spear a fish, you'll have no problem against larger, slower targets.
Good. I don't make a habit out of fighting fish.
She has a sense of humor.
She's also hungry. I didn't get any breakfast.
Of course. Let's eat.
And I'm gonna have to cook my fish, aren't I? Oh, thank goodness I don't have to.
You know, you're the first person I've trained in many seasons. When the raiders came, I was the first to stand up against them. My students were the ones who suffered. Some were captured, but most met the Oni's fire. I can still hear them begging for a
Glug,
quick death.
glug, 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 glug.
That must have been terrible.
Sippies.
Being unable to save them.
It fuels me. Just as it fuels you.
You don't know that.
But I do. Remember, you talk in your sleep. But enough lingering on the past. The light's fading, and your lessons are far from over.
Alright, alright.
What's next? Spearing birds from the sky?
Not quite. The yari is a weapon, but so is your body. You can use the shaft of the yari to propel yourself forward and deliver a powerful kick. You need more strength. Use your wrists to control the angle of your kick. Better, but still not enough. Push off with your wrists to propel your kick. Good.
Yeah.
You're learning quickly. Kick your enemy to push them back, and get some breathing room in a fight.
Make sure to stretch.
I'd like to see that.
Arms up, arms side,
practice.
up, side.
Continue
up,
until sunset.
Side. Did it. There we go. Stretching. I'm gonna be real with you. I am getting a little bit
There's
distracted.
just one thing left to do.
Dinner?
Precisely.
That's a big stretch. Big stretch for the big boy. Big stretch for the big boy.
This time you cook the fish.
Careful what you ask for.
I wonder when we swap to a Yari with, like, metal on the end.
Raiders. It's time you put today's lessons to use. Yari shines brightest against enemies armed with kusarigama or twin kama.
And if they're armed with katana?
Match their sword with your own katana. Show me which weapon you should use against swordsmen. Good. And which weapon is best when facing kusarigama or twin kama? Never forget. Using the right weapon can mean the difference between victory and defeat. Now, show those raiders what you've learned. You can handle them. Consider this our final lesson for the day.
Who's there?
Nice.
Some with Kama. Prepare the Yari for them.
Ready for this?
Well done. Come.
Yeah.
You were right. They were easier than the fish.
After that display, you deserve something better than that old sparring twig. I once gifted this Yari to my greatest student before the Oni put a torch to him. I'd
That's
like
not
you
good.
to have it.
I'll make sure it spills Raider blood again. Thank
Nice. But yeah, hopefully you had a good lie downer in Azak. Gotcha.
I've spent too long hunting the raiders alone. I need to rebuild my dojo and train new blood. We will also need a weaponsmith. I know of one named Kotetsu. He lives at the bold Kaji Forge and has no love for the Oni raiders.
Kotetsu? The raiders had him, but I freed him.
You're well on your way to becoming my best student. He can forge spearheads for Yari. We'll need plenty. I'll
Nice.
start repairing my dojo in the White Deer Woodlands. Meet me there when you finish these tasks, and we'll continue your training.
I'm looking forward to it. Sensei...
Takahashi,
Sensei Takahashi.
Takahashi.
You can call me Atsu.
good luck, Atsu.
There we go. Effective against sickles. Nice. Thundering Wave. Visit altars. Sweep the inner Y to interrupt. Nice. Explore the coast. Explore the coast. Explore the plains. Armor, Hanabe, Bomb Maker, Scavenger. This is one of them build your own story games. It's not building my own story. There's just a lot, there's side stuff. There's like main story, and then there's where it's like, you know, revenge and all that. And then there are side stories such as like, you know, learning new weapons to be more effective in battle and all that. So, yeah.
Come, Homura.
Alrighty. We're heading to a watchtower next.
Cut the head off the snake! You must...
Messy, but I survived. Barely. Barely survived, but we did. Did you know the name Homura means flame? Yep, I knew that. When we were picking a name for our horse, I picked Homura for the flame. There was like other names to choose from, and I chose Homura. I imagine this game is going to do the same thing like it did in Ghost of Tsushima, where it tells you there's going to be a horse that you're going to have for like a majority of your journey, and they're going to kill that horse. It's going to be really fucking annoying. They're going to fridge him.
Leader Garrison, this should be where the warrior's friend is being held.
Here we go, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
When we picked you up, you were with Takashi. What were you? He is a fool. So are you? Get ready! Seeking him out. Give me the names of Sensei Takashi's recruits. They'll make them dead quick. Never. Is that your wolf? It will turn on you, fool.
Go. Easy stuff. Alrighty. Where is the rest of them?
What was that you heard? What's that? I'll cut you down!
Alright, let's free you. Free you.
Something there? You're dead!
Alright, that's everyone freed. Although everyone seems to be dead or dying, which isn't too great. Bamboo, black powder, empty sake.
What about you? Prepare to die!
That's the last Oni raider.
There we go. Now we can release the prisoner. Wherever the fuck he is. I left him somewhere. There he is, he's up there. There he is. Hello there.
Can you free me?
Yes, we can.
Quick, help me. I'll make it worth your time.
Let's get you out of here. Ran the boyer told me about you.
That woman never forgets a dead.
Can you walk?
I can do more than walk. I can fight. How are we getting out of here?
No need. They're all dead.
There we go.
I wish I was as skilled as you.
Never too late to start learning.
I've had some training, but I'll need more if I'm going to help Sensei Takahashi fight back against the Raiders.
I'm sure he'll be glad to have you join his ranks.
The Raiders took all the money I have, but here's something I managed to keep from them. I want you to have it.
Thank you.
Ooh! Throwing sake will briefly blind them. Nice. That's kind of cool. Defeat enemies with ability that use spirit. Oh, that's the major charm. Hang on. Gain a minor increase to the... Visiting hot springs. Cool. Bountiful thingamadiggy. Confidence strikes. Staggering with the Odachi. Stagger sickles with the Yari. Solve a mountain reliquary puzzle. Ooh. That's gonna be a tricky one to do. Okay, so that's to go home. Excuse me. Increase the stagger against sickle enemies. Powerful follow-up attack after the kick. When using massively increased stagger inflicted by parries. Nice.
A new Yari technique. Just like Sensei Takahashi said. That was the last task. Sensei Takahashi said he'd be in the White Deer Woodlands.
You up? Saito on defeat. Oh, we're getting like little thingamadiggies on. Oh, and give me the powder. There we go. We gotta upgrade the forge. Or we gotta upgrade things from the forge, actually. So wolf blade. We can do this.
Father was so patient with me.
Strike the metal like I showed you.
Quick but controlled. I heat the metal like this?
You know what to do, Atsu. Don't second guess yourself. You are improving.
I guess.
Consistency over perfection, Atsu.
I like the little mini game. And then katana blades, we can do that. And then the Yari, we can do this and that. So then we just need go. That's cool. Nice. Anything new here? No, nothing new, so to speak. Go to the Green Hill there. There's a hot spring there. There's a lot of stuff down that way. Then there's a shrine. Okay, so we've already gone to the dueling tree there. Boxes. Dueling tree over there. An inn. The mysterious gate. Main entrance. The photographer. The armorer. Bounty board. That's not to go. There we go. The bower. That's where we go next.
Want to improve your bows and quivers? Come see me.
Absolutely.
I've made some additions. I hope you are satisfied. That should do it. Is there something else? Always
And
a
add a
pleasure
coin
to
again.
take your coin. That will do. If anyone asks, you did not see me.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Look at us, making the world a better place.
A bloodier place, at least.
You know, sometimes you just have to enjoy the little things.
Do you now? A dissident Yōtei 6 recruiter and combat trainer known for breaking bones, wanted alive, signal for retrieval. Interesting.
I was wondering what you were up to.
You looking for work?
If you have the right materials for me.
Hey, we can upgrade the spider lily to max.
A fine choice.
There we go.
Drawing maps would be a lot easier without everyone trying to kill each other out here. I almost got killed charting these new maps. There, and there she goes.
There we go. Alright, let's do another side.
Good timing. I have a fresh batch of explosives. I got them primed and ready.
Excellent.
Here you go.
Although I don't have the coin for the rest of the upgrade, unfortunately.
Make some trouble.
Will do. Nice.
Homura! Go, Homura! Take it easy! That doesn't look like food. This isn't food. You're a weapons merchant.
Why? You want to buy some?
That is ours.
Takero sent me. He didn't loan you money so you could turn around and arm Oni raiders.
And who are you?
No friend of yours.
These weapons belong to us. Leave, or we will sharpen them on your skull.
I'd like to I have anything to say about it.
Hey, you! This will be bloody.
She's not human! Please, don't hurt me!
You were arming the Oni raiders. Why should you live?
Because I doubt Takero paid you to kill me. I cannot make good on his loan if I am dead.
He paid me to send you a message.
And I got it. Please, take whatever you want from my supplies. It's yours.
Fine. But I catch you doing business with the raiders again, it won't end well.
Yeah. Get fucked. Alright. Collect this. Thank you.
Calm down, please.
Trouble with your horse?
I don't know. This road is usually safe from the raiders, but he won't budge.
Well, something spooked him.
Maybe a woman's touch will help.
I can try.
That's the best we can do, is just
What
try.
are you afraid of? Where are you going?
A bear! Please, save my horse!
There we go. We're running the opposite direction from where I wanted to go. Yeah, look, that bear should not have chased after the horse, okay? That's all I'm gonna say about it. If he didn't chase after the horse, he'd have been fine.
Easy, boy. The bear can't hurt you anymore.
Oh, thank you. He's alive.
That bear must have been hungry.
The Oni's men hunt all the game for themselves. Strafe the forest. Animals starve.
Lots of ways to die in this land.
But not today. Thank you. Please, take this for your trouble.
Nice. More coin is always appreciated. Ooh. I have not found this thing yet, so let's go climb it and see if we can collect. I just need to figure out a way to get up here is all. Squeeze through. Ah, there it is. And up we go. Chat, I have a question. Considering the amount of side content there is, like, not only are there bounties and, like, you know, stuff that comes up on the sides and, you know, outposts and what have you, there is a lot of side content that I could be going through. But it's going to take a lot of streams if I try and limit all of it to only while if I limit, like, all the side content to streaming. And I imagine that if I'm doing that, then we're missing out on, you know, being able to go through main story content. And that's kind of like I've done a lot of that in the past, where in the past I would do side content off stream, and then if I was on stream, I would focus only on main story content. That probably burnt me out in trying to go through the Yakuza stuff, because, you know, at that point, owing to, like, you know, I didn't do a lot of Yakuza stuff off stream because I was so busy. Increase stagger against thingy. When using the Yari against sickles, massively. Yeah, we're gonna go with that one. There we go. Nice. Alright, so now we can go down. If you want to do it, go do it. Otherwise, just have fun. Yeah. So that's the thing, is, like, I do want to have fun with this game and what have you, but at the same time, I don't want to, like, I need to figure, like, you've seen me, like, I've gone through, like, one main story mission in the first hour, but then the next 3 hours have been nothing but side things, such as, you know, outposts or getting a new weapon. Interesting.
Hold on. You here for the bounty?
What bounty?
The one for the Oni raider known as Toshi the Torch. I tracked him to this cave.
Ooh,
He's
okay.
inside with some of his men.
Then why are you out here?
My orders are to capture him alive. But that monster
Good luck with that.
countless Matsumae to the Torch. He deserves
You're probably
death.
gonna have a very hard time trying to get
You
him.
want me to put him down so you won't have to disobey orders.
I'd pay you more than what the bounty's worth.
How generous. I'll see what I can
Weird.
do.
Why do I feel like I would get betrayed by the Matsunai when I do that?
Burned alive.
Ooh. Yeah, burning alive would not be a good way to go.
Not so high and mighty now, are you, samurai?
Ah, what the shit? Why is it so bright? What the fuck? That made no sense.
Taking a closer look.
Oh! That was quick! I didn't realize that was him. Shit!
Toshi, run!
That was quick? I didn't realize that was him!
He's dead.
I'm guessing
May my brothers find you in the next life.
you were more interested in him having pain than... Oh.
Someone followed you.
More raiders.
You two aren't going anywhere.
Oh, good. I haven't drawn my sword today.
There we go.
There may be more. Let's go.
Ah, not just yet. I gotta collect some shit. Is that everything I can collect? Hang on. Hey, Toshi the Torch. I got his mask. Good thing I went around to collect again. Good. That's a low himbo rating, but you did your best.
We're almost out.
They're in the cave! Kill them! You will not be ready for...
Gotcha. Better than the last 2 times. Oh yeah, the last 2 times I was even against the same person. I died.
Deal. Here's your reward.
Thank you.
Thank you for ridding Ishikari Plain of that monster.
Ooh, excellent. Got myself more coin than normal too. Hello, pick up. Yep, there we go. Thank you for the black powder. Can't get more torch bomb. Thank you for the Oni mask. Alright. Up we get. Jump! And... here we are. Alright, what's here? Coastal Cave, which we went to. Alright, we're heading to the fishery.
Come! Go, go!
Oh, hello.
Please, don't kill me! I gave you everything!
What are you doing?
Having a chat about the weather.
Oh, we had this before.
Please! Walk away. This man owes me coin. Our business has
We
nothing
beat
to
your
do
ass
with
last time.
Does now. Let him go.
Oh, I got you both. Double the coin. Buy the good sake tonight.
Thank you for stopping him.
I didn't like his attitude.
Please, take this coin.
Thought you gave him everything you had.
Well, maybe not everything. Stay safe out there, stranger.
Oh wait, hang on. We're already there. Nice.
Must be the fishing village I heard about. They were right. Raiders have taken over.
won't enough.
Dancing.
Yeah. Now the real question is will I continue being stealthy? That did not work.
I left home so I wouldn't have to waste my life getting rice. Never thought I'd end up in a stinking heap of fish guts. Mouth shut.
Occupied-o still, so... One, two, three. See this is hiding.
Who's there?
Please,
Alright, where's the other guy? There's one more somewhere around here. Yeah!
There. That's the last of them. The raiders
Did it!
starve. And Saito along with them.
Alright, there we go. What time is it? 12 o'clock. Okay, I have been at this for 4 hours now. We did a lot of side content. Like, a lot. Alright, so on Rio, we've got... blocking projectile. Oh, okay. We can probably... Let's go with that. Let's go with blocking projectiles. That will actually be a good one. Alright. I am gonna call it here. Yes, we're gonna overwrite that. I am gonna call the stream here because, you know, I've been at this for a while. I try not to go like too crazy long on the weekends because, you know, there's opportunity for me to get through like chores and what have you before we get into the week. I will get a stream schedule out again next week for the games that I will be picking up and such, because we got done with Metal Gear Solid 1 last Monday, so we're going to need to move on to Metal Gear Solid 2 at some point. I've still got Alan Wake 2 to go through, and then as always, Sunday is probably most likely going to be Ghost of Yōtei. There is like one game that is coming out that I do want to try and get my hands on and play, which is called Dispatch. I very much love of the, like, you know, choose your own adventure Telltale games that we got in the past and what have you. So seeing like Dispatch, I gave the demo a try off stream, and I think it's really good, and I would love to give it a try. So at some point we'll need to pick that up as well. But for now, let's see who is online and who we can go and raid. So let's see, who do they recommend to me? So there's a few people that are playing Ghost of Yōtei as well. It looks like someone's onto their third stream of Ghost of Yōtei. So maybe that might be a good one to go for. Unless, let's see, is there a different person I can go through? Let's see. I'm looking at people. Let's go for... We could go for someone that isn't just doing more Ghost of Yōtei. We could go for... Let's see. Ding dong. Let's see. Oh, BFG Streams. I know some of you may not recognize that name, but that is filled with a number of people from the Hyper Muscle Discord that I am actually in and what have you. There is so many people in that team. It looks like they do like a whole ton of different people streaming at one time, and they're all like grouped together and what have you. So we're gonna go and raid into them. If you are subscribed, I would love for some of you to be there for the raid message of Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. I would so much enjoy that. If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I'm going to be using my gun emote. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. That's now in the afternoon. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. And hopefully I will see you all Monday evening for Metal Gear Solid 2. Otherwise, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye. Remember our raid message. Bye-bye.